Okay, here we go again. Continuing where we left off from last time. Hello, hello. So I know they'll be looking. Okay, cool. No problem. Thanks for being here. All right. So I went ahead and I brought in some more textures from the factory level, which is where a lot of these metal pieces come from. Right here, just these extra metal structures. So I got some of these set up now, and I'll continue doing these for this one. That way there's a little more prop work on this one, instead of just, compiling the ground a whole bunch. But there'll be a mix of both. What are those floating things? Yeah, they're souls. They're souls. I just have them here to showcase what they look like for lighting. Can you use train station meshes? Probably not that many of them in this one. It's more so meshes from like factory or maybe a little bit from laboratory. Train station is kind of a for this one. I mean, the trains and the tracks would probably be the only things, really. It's weird. Yeah, this is what they look like when the game's not running. Yeah, I'll show you. It's what they look like when the game is running. Yeah. This is what they look like when it's not actually running. But yeah, I usually just plop a few of them in here just because I like to see how they look for lighting purposes. But yeah. Okay. And then I also, before I did this, I took a bunch of screenshots from HD so I kind of can get an idea of not the exact placement, but just somewhat of the positioning of these structures here. So I can kind of match them. Because they are in a lot of different places on this map for HD. Speaking of which, let me open Steam and let me see all my screenshots here. So I wanted to ask again, are you using ray tracing? No, I am not. No ray tracing at all. Every reflection is screen space. Or it's captured, one or the other. It'll be a reflection capture that you build, like when you bake your lighting, same kind of thing. You bake your reflections, or it'll be screen space. And when I say screen space, I mean whatever is being reflected is in the view of my screen. So, for example, let me try and find like a puddle here. Okay, so that puddle that I'm staring at right there. The moment that I look down just enough to where the sky, like the clouds and the oil rigs over there, as soon as they go out of view, it stops reflecting it until they come back into view again. That's what screen space means. Okay, I want to like put this in a window. Here we go. So I can still see chat. I probably should get a third monitor again for streaming, so that way I just have you guys on one monitor and I don't have to do some fancy stuff on my second monitor. But it's okay. I make do. I used to have 3, but I never used the third one for anything. So I I just gave that one to my brother. But then I started streaming and realized that, okay, yeah, the third one would have been nice now. It'd be nice if formed where the raindrops hit the ground. It's being driven by material properties. So it kind of does and also kind of doesn't at the same time. I don't know. Is there going to be an option to use? I don't know. I've debated on this for a while. And at first, it was yes. I don't know. Maybe I will still give the option later on. But it is not really being developed with that in mind. No, it's mainly going to be optimized for older hardware. But we'll see. Maybe I'll implement it if you still want to. Are you going to ship with hardware ray tracing support? Oh yeah, that's the same thing. But yeah, it will not be enabled by default if I do ship it with that. Even used to have 4 monitors. I definitely don't have the space for 4. If I did, I would have to get like those mounts and put it on the wall above me or something. But also question, no, is DLSS a frame gen thing? Would you just check mark engine? So DLSS is going to be the only exception for any sort of upscaling that I'm going to use, and it's not going to be the newest DLSS version, not 5 or any of that crap. No, it's going to be DLSS 3 or DLSS 4, or for AMD users it'll be FSR, same thing. Other than that, there's going to be no other AI upscaling tech involved whatsoever. DLSS is going to be the only thing, and it'll be optional as well. So you can turn it on or off, up to you, whatever. That's it though. Nothing else. And honestly, I would probably prefer DLSS if you can do it, if your GPU can do it, because the other remaining anti-aliasing methods within this engine are not the best. Like FXAA is the fastest method, but it's often got a lot of noise and jaggies with it. TSR is basically Unreal's version of the upscaling tech, and it is not good. It leaves way more artifacts and ghosting than DLSS does. You're 50. Okay, well then, yeah, you should be fine. But yeah, I won't even have the DLSS. Well, does DLSS 4 have frame gen? Because if it does, then I guess you'll be able to do that. But yeah, for those who do not have a 40 series or 50 series card, you know, if you have like a 20 series or 30 series, you'll still be able to run DLSS, just not frame gen. Like mine cannot. DLSS 4.5. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, mine is a 3090, so yeah, mine won't be able to do that. Alright. Experience in Cyberpunk, yeah. Yeah, DLSS definitely does help quite a bit, because it does give a pretty clear. Like I have it on right now. It is a pretty clear image, and even on reflective surfaces, you know, if I move rapidly back and forth, there's not really any ghosting happening at all. So I will utilize that one, but yeah, all the other stuff, I don't need that. This is good enough. Is that... It's not this bar. Maybe it's this one? Oh no, it's not that one. I would take ghosting over as it. Yeah, then that's why I'm not using or screen space reflections, that's what you meant. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'll probably implement it at some point, and if you want to use ray tracing, you're more than welcome to. But for right now, it's not a priority. Became way better at smoothing FXA. Yeah, because it upscales the image too. So if you're running it at like native resolution 1080p, you can upscale it to like 1440 or 4K if you wanted to. But if not, you know, you can run it at like half the resolution and it'll still give you a pretty... It'll upscale it to 1080p and still give you a pretty good result. No, not that one. Maybe it's this... No, because this one doesn't have... It's a solid bar. I know you guys can't see the screenshot I'm talking about, but... Huh. Maybe it's in the bridge. Snowy bridge. Let me see if I can find this beam that the specific beam I'm looking for here. Nope, that's the same one. Huh. No, that's not the same one. No, it's not this one either. For to fail, yeah. Yep. Okay, it's not this one too, because this is the one that's on the ground. I know it's not this one, although this one looks the closest. I guess we'll just go with this one, it's fine. Close enough. It's close enough. Wee bit too big. Make sure it's uniform as much as possible here. Just so I can see how it looks on the... Oh, whoops. Do that just a wee bit. Yeah, that's fine. Put lighthouse on a small island on rocks, baby. Yeah. Let's see, that is where we just came from. Although, well, maybe I can make it like peek a, like it'd be really far away, but you can barely see it peeking over the fog. Something like that. Just barely peeking over the fog. Scooch it over just a little bit. There we go. Duplicate. What's the thing behind building a tower? Are you talking about this giant thing? I think it's one of the factory buildings, like the background giant towers that you see in the factory level. I think it's those. Because in Hell and Damnation, these are also in the background for docks. So, I don't know. I'm assuming that's what it is. But if I decide to do textures on these and figure that out, I might keep these. Otherwise, I'll just use other background buildings with the newer ones. But I'm assuming that's what they are. Once you have some kind. So I've talked about this a lot within, because I've definitely been asked this question a few times. So the overall plan for this project as a whole is supposed to be a mod for Hell and Damnation. And when I release it, I want to release it on Steam as its own thing, but you have to own Hell and Damnation and all of its DLC to have access to this. That's the whole idea with this project. Because I've had people ask me if I was going to put this on like ModDB or something like that, and yeah, no, that's not happening at all. No way. That would get taken down so fast. Well, you're able to mod it, because they do give you a development, they do give you the editor, Unreal Engine 3. They do give you that to, and the purpose of that was to just make new levels and then upload it to the workshop. But the modding on that is not very easy to do. Because if that was the case, I would just mod Hell and Damnation like that. But when you go in there, none of their levels that are in the game are actually built as well. It's just the assets. So I would have to rebuild all the levels again within that editor. And it's like, I might as well just do it in a newer version of this engine and make it even better. So it'd be easier to just start from scratch in UE5. Plus, I'm assuming almost everybody in this community, or at least that are aware of Revamped and whatnot, they probably already own Hell and Damnation. But yeah, in case they don't. So that's my hope with it. And probably the safest way that I can do it. Alright, let me rotate. Actually, wait, I think... Yeah, it's not this one. It's... this one? Say it looks right. David Extreme is working on the first ever Unreal Cooker. We've had success sampling surprisingly well. Oh, cool. Did not know that. Make sure this one lines up. Okay. I'm gonna try to do 2 of these. Ooh, nice. Dang, that actually worked out almost perfect. Oops. Yeah, that'll work. There we go. Okay, is there anything else on this structure? Doesn't look like it. Oh, there's one in the middle. Maybe. Anyway, actually, now that I think about it, why people model the original instead of HG tools for it? Yeah, like I said, I did look into it for sure, but I would have to also learn. Well, before I realized that David Extreme had that uncooker, but beforehand, yeah, I also would have to learn how the code was set up and all that too, and yeah, it would have been more of a hassle for me to do that instead of just do it here in a newer version that I was already learning anyway. Oh, that's just this one. I already opened that one. Oh, that's what it is. It's this top piece right here. So this is already actually set up then. I didn't realize that. Okay. So if I just... Got it. Okay. I didn't realize this was a piece that was set up together. That's why I couldn't find the top, because it was this one. Alright, well let me just do that then. Actually, wait, no. So I'm gonna do this. so I can match the height. Okay, there we go. Check Discord. Oh, okay, hang on. Look at it on my phone here. Oh, it's another asset thing. Okay. Ooh. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that might be a cool thing to have in the distance. Put it, like, over there somewhere. Or, on this side, since there's not anything over here. Simply not wired. Visual scripts. Answers to a blueprint. Yeah. Funny enough, Blueprint is actually being deprecated once, well, not once Unreal Engine 6 comes out. It'll still exist for a little bit, but they are planning on deprecating it a little ways, but it's going to be a while before Unreal Engine 6 even comes out. It'll be a couple years for sure. Probably like, well, maybe like 1.5. It'd be either late 2027 or maybe early 2028. Ooh, that's actually kind of close. True. True. Okay, I'm just gonna do it from the middle. Ooh, that just barely. I'm gonna grab these and move these over just a smidge. There we go. Now it's not hitting the rail. It. Yeah. Yeah, frames are actually... Performance is actually important on a game like that. This one, not too much. Okay, there we go. Now this one actually looks like the one I'm looking at the screenshot. There we go. That'll do. And it's pretty much the same thing, just duplicated again over here. Let's see. Looks like this one's about right here-ish, kinda. CD Projekt is working hard on performance GPU. Yeah. Really excited about partnership Witcher 4. Yeah, I saw the tech demo from Witcher 4, but that was just a tech demo, so I'm sure. But at least I would hope they're doing a lot to optimize that. But yeah. Okay. Here, let me see what these. I'll open Discord on here. Alright. Yeah, I do want to see that down. Oh, wait, add this to my library. And what's this other one? Oh, a railroad crossing thing. Actually, yeah, I could probably put these where more of the tracks are over here. There's a couple, in HD, there's a couple of tracks right here that also intersect. So maybe they can go somewhere right here. Since there's also trucks right here too. I'd probably put that somewhere right there. Let's see. Add this to my library. Okay, now let me actually open the launcher. Plug in to export this. Oh, weird. It's making me export it instead of just add it to the project. Here, let me try this. Let me actually try it here. There we go. Okay. Not sure what the browser was doing. It was making me... It was like forcing me to download it instead of just add it. Also, I don't know if I asked this before as well, but you plan on making your own levels as well. Not at the moment. But after all 40 of the base levels that I have planned making, once those are done, then maybe one or two. But as of right now, no, it's just the 40 levels that you guys have seen in the roadmap on Discord. Okay, that's done. Let me go back. Oh, it's loading something. There's 40. Yeah, there's 40 of them. The roadmap is in the updates panel, the main updates panel in our Discord. That's our roadmap. Holy crap. Okay. There's a lot of materials it was loading there. Okay, now let's add this one. And nobody wanted to do? I never asked. I'm sure there's plenty of people that want to help. I never asked them. Well, and the thing is too, is because I wasn't gonna force anyone to do or like help or anything like that. Because I know that this stuff takes a lot of work, and they probably would want to be paid for it, which is totally fine. Like, I would absolutely pay people to do this amount of work, but, you know, I don't really have the budget for that either. So that's why I put in the Discord too, no commissions or anything, because I don't have the budget for that. But yeah, absolutely. There are still some people, like, yeah. Macklemore, he's helping me right now. He's finding some assets that I can use. Oh, it's a skeletal mesh. What the heck? Not what I expected. Oh, I guess, okay. So it's just so you can animate it if you want to. I guess that's nice. Oh, yeah, okay, cool. Cool beans. Top mods for base games or something. Yeah. I don't know. It all just comes down to the fact that I haven't really asked anybody. What am I doing here? What am I doing? Close this. I have too many tabs open. Okay, there we go. Move that to HD. You know what? I'm curious. I want to see. Okay, well, this is a crap ton of vertices. I definitely want to enable nanite on this. Oops. Oh, I guess that works too. I mean, it's been said on Discord much soon this year. Help. No, it is not. He was... that is a lie. It is not releasing. That was a joke. It's definitely going to be at least a couple years. Maybe even a few. Oh, that was you. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yes. Yeah, no. It is not planned to release in a year. I wish it was, but no. Okay. Okay, yeah, this is definitely meant to be an asset far away. Unless this... Hold on. Maybe nanite's messing this up. Let me turn that back off. Okay, yeah, no, we're good. We're good. Turn nanite back on. Sweet. What are the collisions looking like? Yeah. Do ones that are a little better. Yeah, that's good. If it's just going to be an asset that's in the distance, it's good enough for collisions. There are 8 houses in the middle. I'd place about 4. Huh? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll have some kind of like spotlights or something, especially like on the cranes. I mentioned earlier in the last stream too, I want to have like spotlights on the boats and stuff, or like the oil rig. So even though it's still daytime, maybe you'll be able to see the spotlights kind of just piercing through the fog. But yeah, I definitely want to have stuff like that too. Okay, let me actually put this ship out there. Make it the same height as this. Let me turn the water back on too. Nice. What if I scale this up just a little bit? Okay, actually, what if I just go crazy and I go 2? Oh yeah, that looks cool. That looks cool. If we view it from all the way up here. Let's see if I duplicate this and put it. Painkiller survives to death every 10 years. Yeah. You can place the same rock formations to see. I don't know if there was any rock formations in docks. I mean, I definitely could, but I just don't remember there being any. Nice. That looks awesome. Well, I guess, yeah, I can do like a mountain from far away. I guess, yeah, because Lighthouse has a bunch of mountains in it too, doesn't it? Here, let's try that really quick, actually. Where are they? Where are they? Distant mountains. Pretty sure I have like a whole... Yeah, I have like a whole mountain range. This is gonna be really big for a second. Just bear with me. I also need to take the snow off. Because it isn't snowing. My gosh. Really big. Oh wow, it's so far it's going outside of the skybox. That's how big this mesh is. Oh gosh, I did not mean to do that. Yeah, that actually kind of looks cool. And then yeah, the lighthouse. The lighthouse could be like here or something. Yeah, I think that'll work actually pretty well. Some moving sharks too. Imagine if that was like an enemy. We had to actually look over the edge or something, and then sharks just flopped out. Or like whenever you're on a boat, or you're on this boat, and yeah, a shark, a megalodon just jumps up at you. That'd be insane. Okay, back to our metal structures here. See, I got this one in place right here. Oh yeah, actually about the train tracks too. I got it wrong on the last stream. I thought that this one right here was gonna turn in right like through here, but actually no, it turns into this one right here, and then this one goes to that one. So I was wrong last time. There's just sharky. Yeah. Okay, so I know there's a bunch of metal panels that are on the ground in this area right here. They look like this one? No, the other one. Yeah, that one. Bunch of these right here. Oops. Kind of like there. And then yeah, I'll have to put more stuff over here too. So actually I'll probably do. See if we start right here. Actually, I'll leave that for now. So actually, since I have these beams right here, I could just do that. Could you put a large warehouse building there, like the one in Hangar? A lot of monster spawns. Where? Like just... I said they could probably just spawn out of this one. They look too massive. Well, I say usually oil rigs are pretty big. I have scaled these up quite a bit though. Try 80. That's kind of the look I was going for anyway, just so they appeared to be imposing. And I do still want them to be big enough to where they can, like if they were to do stuff for these carrier ships, I want them to be big enough to where the cranes can reach on top of them. Like they don't have to be as tall as these ones, but big enough to where the crane can still reach crates on here. So actually these should go in here. So it looks like these go all the way over. Actually, since I'm placing these two, I could probably just get rid of the ones that they're going to be underneath. Hello, Ryan. Good to see you in here. Also, you love to see it. You heard it here first, folks. At least I'm somebody's hero. Oops. This one or this one? How long does the metal floors go? Oops, I'm going the wrong way. Okay, my guess is they just go until this thing stops over there. That's my guess. Whoops. I don't want to duplicate that. God, no. Okay, how's this looking? Okay, good. Actually, because of that, I might want to move this up. There we go. Now it's flush with the metal. There we go. I guess I can put another one of these under those. Ooh, actually, might want to remove that one so I have enough room for the track to turn. This is actually... yeah, this is the real... this is the one from Hell and Damnation. I should probably use this one as reference. So yeah, these are scaled down. So I can line it up on this one the best I can. I'm not actually going to use this mesh, I'm just using it as a reference. Okay, and then we'll do this. Oops. Okay, probably right there-ish. Yeah, I saw it. I was asking which one, this one or that one. Because this one I was intending to already have cargo. It's already got stuff loaded up, so it was going away already. But yeah, this one I can... I'll scale that down just a little bit more. Maybe more. That's okay. I was kind of subtle with it. Oh wait, actually that's where the helipad is. I don't want that. I want... Okay. Okay, I can get rid of a couple of them. I'm just filling in stuff for right now. This isn't going to be final for sure. But we can always find something else to fill in a little bit of the background. Maybe you could animate some ships swimming away for a distance. Yeah. I did mention this in the last stream too, but I was a little bit hesitant about this. Since these are pretty big waves in the water, I did want to kind of add a little bit of a sway in the ships. Not anything ridiculous, just a very subtle shift back and forth. But I'm a little worried because that might still trigger some motion sickness. So, I don't know. We'll see. It might not be as noticeable on the larger ships, like this one. But I thought about trying to implement just a little bit of a shift as well. Okay, yes, I'll line these up a little bit better. I just wanted to get a reference to see. Copy. There we go. Okay, wait here. Do this. Try and spread them out a little more. Oh, I didn't mean to insert the rain. I say we can do another one of these that's empty, doesn't have any cargo. I gotta make sure to select all the pieces though. Hold on, I gotta make sure I select all the pieces. Nope. Almost. Ah. I'm missing the... There we go. I'm missing nose. There we go. It's good enough. I mean, I'll return to it later. Okay. Alright, so yeah, that'll work there. Oops. Or my camera speed. Always end up changing that back and forth a lot of the time. Here we go. One more row. Perfect. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide all these in the middle here. Oops. Hide these all in the middle so I can select the gravel underneath that you can't see because of these panels, and then I'm going to delete those. Since these panels are covering them, there's no need for you to see them. Or these. See these? Oh, this is just extra detail that you won't see. Okay, that's okay if there's a couple of them that cover, like there's some of it out here and here, so that's okay. There can be a couple of them. Check the edge here. Okay, there we go. Now there's no extra detail that's unnecessary. Okay, let me go back to this screenshot. Oh, actually, okay. Now I need to put the... continue with these things, actually. Here, I'm gonna hide this again so I don't select it on accident. Yeah. Second guessing myself here. Actually, yeah, let's just do that. Call that good for now. just have that one go into the building. That's fine. That's fine. That was the same one. A guessing game. It's hard to maneuver them when it's not like close to the center of the viewport. There you go. Good enough. Are you planning to keep the Easter egg in the burn map? Is yes. It won't be exactly like that. It won't be like a the words put onto the water. It's gonna be like a rusted skeleton, like a skeletal structure of a boat, sitting there, and then I'll have that say it somewhere on there. But yes, I do. And when you see it, it might be like a secret, or it'll be like an achievement. So if you find it or look at it, you get a cool achievement or something. I do also plan on having achievements. Not Steam achievements, but like in-game achievements. I do plan to have those. Yeah, maybe. So yeah, that should be fine. See, with the way that these beams are designed too, they don't have to be perfectly flush with just these metal plates. They can kind of keep continuing in a bunch of different directions, marking different sectors of the ground too. So they kind of are just everywhere. But just for the sake of matching it up. There we go. That should do. Okay, now we need this thing. Yeah, it looks alright, doesn't it? This engine's, when you optimize it, that's the key thing. But out of the box, it does handle lighting and stuff pretty well, and materials. Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Okay, let me look at this screenshot one more time. 'Cause I don't know if it's on every... Okay, yeah, it is. It's facing the other direction, though. We can just reverse the scale, it's all good. Okay, now we gotta line it up with... That's close enough. It's well bass runs like shit and slap frame. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, those are all good. I'm gonna have to move this truck. There we go. To be fair, on the other hand, people just buy cards. See, like $30. This can't be. Yeah. So I'm gonna be sticking with the 3090 for a long time. It's like I mainly got it because of the VRAM. I knew I was gonna need that. So I invested in that, and yeah, I'm gonna stick with that for a long time. Either until it finally goes out, or they actually make a they make a GPU worth actually investing in. Nice. Yeah, I got it. 4 years ago, somewhere around there. I'm pretty sure 4 or 5 years ago. I got it around the time that I started working on this project. Oh shoot! I didn't realize that this. Whoops. I did not realize that wasn't flush. This probably means I didn't have to scale this down. Uh, 60, yeah, mine is 24. And I also have 64 of RAM as well. Yeah, mine is more than enough. Okay, there's that. Let's hop over to the next screenshots. Oh yeah, actually, let me go here. No. No, it doesn't have any. Okay. That's alright. Actually, some of them they're pretty close to what they are in English. Like once I read it and then I see what the object actually is or what the texture actually is. Some of them are actually kind of close. Yeah, that one I have no idea what that is. But yeah, there's one, I think it was like hack or something like that, H-A-K. It's probably not pronounced like that, but that was for hook. That's what the texture was. It was the hook that goes on these. Or lever, yeah. So yeah, they're kind of close. I was looking for a certain texture for these containers, but because I think sometimes it's spelled with a K. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I have a bunch of these here. They're not the specific one that I was looking for, though. So getting new ones anyway. Yeah, so certain things, like, most of the things that are getting replaced are props, you know, things that you just use to set dress your scene with a bunch of stuff. But there's certain structures, like, you know, this, for example, that already looks good enough as is, so a lot of the architecture and things like that I'm gonna keep from Hell and Damnation, and then yeah, just props or like rock things that I know for sure I have newer and better assets for, I'll replace it with those. So all of these, the entire ground has been replaced with more detailed, like, gravel. But yeah, stuff like these cranes, there's not really anything that is already shaped like these, so I'm keeping these. Yeah, not completely from scratch, no. That's part of why this is also going to have to be, like, technically a mod to Hell and Damnation, because assets from Hell and Damnation are being used. Yeah, it's mostly like the buildings and stuff that already look good enough as is. Except for these, because I had these, so I was like, these will actually work better than this. But yeah, for specific things that are already good enough on their own, yeah, that's fine. Or like these boats, they're already pretty good on their own. So, and plus there's a specific like interior with this that's already modeled and everything, and it's all good to go for gameplay. So there's no need in changing that. Because it's especially buildings with like interiors that have already been modeled and stuff, then that's good to go already. Unless I know that the newer asset has an interior, like for example this doesn't. You know, there's no interior here, so it's also extra things that you are not able to actually go inside of that I'll replace too. Like I do have higher detail containers here. But I was trying to find one that had a little bit more detail, and it was different than these ones, but it was still able to use like these textures. But yeah. No, so see, that's why I was saying if I actually set this up, I published it on Steam as its own Steam page. There's a thing, so like the main example I'm using from this, so for Half-Life 2, when they released the demo for Half-Life 2 RTX, the RTX Remix mod, that was it. They released that separately as its own Steam page, but obviously you had to own the original. They made it so you have to own the original Half-Life 2 in order to play the RTX Remix mod. That's my whole plan with it. It's not going to be workshop or anything like that. It's going to be its own Steam page, and then it won't let you download it or play it until you own Hell and Damnation. And possibly even the original games, too. They might make it to where you have to own the original games, too. I don't know. I'm going to have to talk with some people and figure it out. Because I don't really know, but that was the plan from the start. Yeah. So these are just the very basic ones. In other words, like, you know how like what Black Mesa is for Half-Life 1, it's basically like a fan remake of Half-Life 1. The only difference with that is they had Valve's blessing with it. So there's been a couple of people in the community here that I have been talking with too, and in hopes to get into contact with whoever the hell actually owns the IP of this game, whether it's Saber or Crime Matter or Plyon or whoever the hell it is, and we actually get their help with that too. Like I said, I have to talk with some people and figure it out. No, I wouldn't risk doing that. If anything, I would just try and go through with the Steam plan that I have. Because I'm definitely not trying to like distribute or sell this air for anything or either, because that's how you get sued really fast. So yeah, not doing that. But yeah, I'm also not just gonna open source distribute it on things like ModDB or Discord or anything like that either. No. That Steam is that it's the safest way that I can do it. Oh, that's why, 'cause it's stretched. I'll just use these containers. No, maybe I'll put like a decal on them or something that says a word or something, or a logo. Because right now they don't have anything on them, they're just a color. Yeah, I don't know. I actually don't know if they replaced. I don't know if it's they replaced the models or they replaced reworked the materials. But either way, yeah, they still replaced something, or they're working to replace more and more models as time goes on. Yeah, a lot of that is also in just straight up the materials and the textures. Like, you'd be surprised, even this. So a lot of the Megascans assets, when I import those at their highest quality, because I always do that, by default, it gives you 8K textures, whether it's a really big asset or if it's small. So it's like, yeah, I don't need an 8K texture for, a fire hydrant. I could just downscale that to 1K or something like that. That way, the texture, the file size of that texture goes down by like 60%. Actually, even more than that. It probably goes down like 85. Yeah, I don't know. Well, and I think another thing too is because they all modded it from the original game using the original editor, whereas this, I'm using this in a different. It is this. Yes, it's Unreal Engine, but it is a different version entirely of Unreal Engine. So it's a little bit more. It's a little bit different. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. 8K drive. Well, have fun downloading 150 gigs then. Okay, there's only about 3 containers right here, so that's good. I think I made it different. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, we have all kinds of different variants. Let's make this one blue. Make this one yellow. Oh, I gotta... Okay, here, instead of doing that... Wait. Okay. Instead of doing that... How about we just... Oh, I already did, okay. Duplicate. Okay, now we can replace the... blue. And yellow. There we go. Okay. Now let's put this on there, and this on that one. There we go, now they got the rain going down in the middle. Actually no, because I was just looking at their texture. Or their... Like, I could kind of tell already what object they were just by looking at it from the preview down here. Or, yeah, if it was a texture, I could already see what it was. I could see if it was, like, brick or wood or some kind of metal, whatever the case was. Usually I could tell. And also, I've been doing it long enough, too, where if I see one of those Polish words enough times, I can just kind of guess, okay, that must mean, like, brick or wall or concrete, something like that. I would just assume that that's what it meant. Yeah, that and even a little bit of Russian. But I don't really remember it that much because, if you don't speak it, the word just kind of leaves your brain. It's the same thing with, like, German. I actually took German in high school for a couple years, and German is much closer to English than both Polish and Russian. And I still only remember like 10% of German because no one speaks German in the U.S. At least not in the state that I live in. So there's no reason for me to speak German. Yeah, I just come up and I just speak fluent Polish. And they're like, whoa, where'd this American person learn Polish? Yeah, so I made a mod of a game that was highly popular in this area when it first came out. Okay. I did not realize that that didn't have a, okay. Oh, that also doesn't have a roof piece covering the top of that. Okay. Well, I guess when you're all the way up here, it's not that noticeable. Well, okay, never mind. It kind of is. It definitely is. Hang on. Oh no, that one does too. Okay. Shoot. Well, maybe there's something I can just put on top of that to kind of hide it. I don't know. Because this is actually technically the asset from Snowy Bridge. And in that level, you don't ever really get to a point where you can see on top of this, but I don't know. Whatever. Not a big deal. So how did you find out about Painkiller? So way back, I believe it was just one of those games that I watched my grandpa play when I was younger. And then eventually I just tried it out for myself. When I first played it, I think when I was probably 10, 11, somewhere around there. I can't remember exactly, but I was somewhere around there. But yeah, I first watched my grandpa play it. Okay. I don't know, he probably just randomly found it on Steam and decided to give it a try. He probably just randomly found it. Or, well, I don't know, he probably... he probably had... Because he didn't play it... He didn't play it when it, like, first came out, either. Because when did it... Hang on, let me look this up. When did it, when did it... Or actually, I can probably just find it. Say, when was it actually published to Steam on... Or in America? I'm pretty sure it'll say it. Hang on. There's store page. It says the release date. I don't know if it says when it was published. Yeah, I don't know. It just says the date. It just says the release date of the game. Hang on, let me actually look it up. When was... it was published in Steam in the USA on January 24th, 2007. Okay. Yeah, I say he didn't play it when it first came out. I watched him play it. Probably 2008 or 2009. Cause yeah, he did. I don't think he played it when it first came out. I'm 25. Yeah. Is this where it was? No, it was a little further back. A little further back. About right there. Ooh, actually, no, I can't have that. 'Cause I need to have the tracks turning, so a little further up. See, the tracks got to turn like that. Yeah, I'd say this is good. Ooh, they actually have more of these bars, or these beams, going across. Like that. There we go. I gotta drag all these over there. Or duplicate them, rather. I see. Yeah, the first time I played it was a couple years later. It was probably 2011 or 12. So I think I was at least 10. Nice. I think for the original campaign, I would always play up until like chapter 3 or something like that. I never actually like finished the game until way later for some reason. Yeah. Yeah, the asylum is what got a lot of people. So I started to yeah. I guess that's the thing too. Yeah, when you're that young and doing something like that, you're probably not like thinking about it too much. So you're just kind of there playing the game and messing around or whatever. Yeah. That would definitely be me in just like a random level. Because I either wouldn't like know where to go, or I would just walk around the map for 20 minutes just messing around. Because I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, would say we're used to it now. Yeah, the amputee ones, yeah. Especially when they're on the damn ceiling. When you hop out into the living room or just the main center spot, and yeah, you just look up and they're all crawling around on the ceiling. Yeah, that's a big fat no for me. I am good. What was I doing? Oh, yeah, I need to... Actually, these are probably just fine without them. Yeah, no, that's... I'll do, Oh, actually, these aren't flush. It depends. I'm a sucker for like horror movies or horror games that rely a lot more on like the suspense and thriller part of it. I did like jump scares don't really get me anymore. Those definitely fall into that category. Yeah. But yeah, when they do a really good job of leaning in really hard with the suspense and thriller aspect of it, it actually can be pretty damn good. Actually, wait. Yeah. There's a movie that just came out not too long ago that very small budget. It's called Obsession. That one did pretty good. There were definitely a lot of moments in that just had me creeped the hell out. Speaking of Asylum, here's the soundtrack for it. Yeah, I know. I saw it. I just, I just wanted to fix it. I just wanted to fix it later. Oh, actually, wait. I have to anyway because I'm duplicating it. I have to anyway. Nope. Okay, there we go. That one is going in underneath it, so you can't tell that it's clipping. I actually just realized I can't do that because the train tracks have to go that way. Actually. Do it on one and then just copy and paste it to the other. That's the unfortunate thing is, like, if I have multiple of these selected, I can't fine-tune it over here on there. I have to scale it using the gizmo. But if I only have one selected, then I can fine-tune it over here. Ooh. Okay, that was nice. Copy. Paste. But I can copy and paste it, so that's nice. I can actually probably take one of these. And just have it go that way. And that'll go that way. Have you thought about fixing some ground elements so people won't get stuck on them while bee hopping? I haven't experienced anything like that so far. I made sure to check the collisions on every, like, walkable surface. Those road tracks make players... Oh, yeah, no, the train tracks, they have collisions for your bullets and stuff, but they won't for the player collision box. So when you're walking, you'll just kind of keep going as if you didn't step on them. But your bullets and stuff can still hit it. Actually, I don't know if I've done that yet. Hold on. It was the plan. I don't know if I did it yet though. Hold on, let me check. Let me double check. Let me just come on down here to collisions. Oh, I didn't yet. Okay, hold on. Custom, pawn, ignore. There we go. So yeah, now everything else will hit it, but for the pawn, pawn is the character, your character. It will ignore. Oops. And speaking of which, how about we do a little test just to make sure materials and things are reacting properly. Let's pause this real quick, and here we go. All right. Oh yeah, let me do this so I can compile shaders. Classic Unreal Engine, gotta compile these shaders. Oh, what the hell is going on? Okay. Got some visual bugs happening. Not sure what that's about. Resizing virtual texture pools. Sizes are not saved by default. To save changes, copy. Okay, I don't know what that warning was talking about, but... not sure what's causing that visual glitch. I think it's because of the virtual textures are also compiling at the same time. Could just be because I've also been working a lot in the engine too. Let me restart it really quick and see if that helps. And then we'll do the test again. So it's gonna be a black screen for a second. Actually, here, let me just... There. Just for now until the engine restarts. Same for the blockade. Yeah. Yeah, any like curb or just small surface thing that barely sticks up above. And if it's like barely sticking up above the main surface, it's probably not going to be enough to actually stop your momentum. If anything, you'll just bounce off of it and keep going. Okay. Let's try this again and see what, if it's still doing that, then I might have to, like, do something with the virtual textures that it was talking about. Okay, let's try this again. Okay. It's still giving me that warning. But it's just, I don't know. It's not really a warning, it's just like telling me something won't be saved. I'm not sure with the virtual textures. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, here we go. Seems to be doing better now. Yeah, see, like if I walk over it, there is collision on it, but you can barely even tell. Like I slightly go up and down, so it's not going to be enough to stop you. You just keep going. And then yeah, same thing with the train tracks. When I walk over it, my height doesn't really change. But still reacts to your shots. So that's good. Turn on my flashlight. It is a bit gloomy and dark here. Yep, that's reacting good. Oh yeah. You can even shoot through the holes. Look at that. Okay, let's go over here. Let's collect our checkpoint. Sweet. Gotta fix that one. Yeah, those react perfectly fine. Make sure my footsteps sound different. Yep. Sounds like metal when I'm walking on it. Yeah, nope, no enemies. Just free roam. Sandbox. Yeah, so if I do a bunny hop test. Yeah, see, it doesn't really stop you. You just keep going. Oop. Sometimes if you turn around too sharp, it makes you keep going in the same direction, but it only happens every now and then. For the most part, you still have full control over the direction you're going. Honestly, if you time it just right. See, even right there, I just hit that ledge. I still actually kept my momentum, so you won't lose your speed. It might halt you for like a second, but yeah, you'll still keep all of your momentum, so that's good. Cool beans. Yep, so far so good. Let's take a look at the background stuff. Way off in the distance there. Cool. Man, those I'm glad you'd said something about mountains, because those actually look so cool. Off in the distance like that. That looks sick. I'll fix those too. I need to find a wall asset for that. Don't worry. I will fix that later. We had the option to lower bobbing as well. Yeah, all camera shakes and camera movements like that, there will be options to lower it or turn it off. Again, for motion sickness purposes. Yes. But that option right there, that was the highest that the settings will be. That's as high as it goes. So it doesn't bob too much. But yeah, you will have the option to turn off camera shakes like that. No, I just added that to make it a little more dynamic when you're jumping and stuff. Because usually when you land, if you're holding something, it kind of goes down. It's because the momentum of it is still going down, and then you lift it back up. So it's just to add a little bit more dynamic movement to your character. Okay. Oh, yeah, I said I was going to fix this over here. Oh, damn. No, it's still doing it. Okay. Okay, hit me with it. Ooh. I say Halfcom was actually kind of asking about like different texture packs for weapons and stuff too. I did plan on having like a bonus skin for all the weapons at some point. But I could, if I find the time, I could definitely do a couple. One of them being like gold or something. Yeah, sure. I don't mind doing that. Because one of the ideas I had for the shotgun was like a frost skin or like an ice skin, since it has its secondary fire mode is freezing projectiles. So it would be like an icy skin. So yeah, possibly. And honestly, that would make it very simple. It's just gold. So that would make it pretty simple. Okay. I suppose I can fill in this spot here now. This is actually the old floor from Hell and Damnation. I just have it here because I was using it as reference. Using it as reference. I think for this one I might just use the concrete floor again. Keep it simple. It's not quite long enough. Perfect. Yeah. I'll say mine does on this one too. So if let me try and aim this right. So yeah, one hit here and one is still going that way. Yeah, I got two of them on here too. One there, one there. So yes, you do have the potential to freeze two enemies in one shot. Okay. Probably just use these walls again. What if you made an arena on which you can unlock weapon-specific skin, like... like environment specific. So like, I don't know. I guess maybe on Ragnarok, since that one has a lot of ice and whatnot on it, I make some kind of challenge or something on that level. Is that kind of what you're talking about? Freeze. Not sure, but well, the thing is I was probably thinking about doing, because I mentioned earlier I was doing like, achievements. So if you get like an achievement or something like that, that could also be a challenge as well, and you unlock a skin. Or if you unlock that achievement, you get a skin or something. I don't know, something like that. Oh, this got load that one. There we go. I got to see what this one looks like again. Oh, it's angled. Okay. Oh, that's fine. Also, how do you handle LOD? So that's what nanite is for. So, is my equity of most quality? Yeah. So, the way nanite works is depending on like how close or how far away, you are from it, it dynamically adjusts the density of the mesh polygons, and it does it in like the form of clusters. So it'll be like random sections of the mesh that it changes dynamically depending on the distance, or the screen size is what it calls it. So like if it takes up more of the screen, it adds more polygons to it, and then if it's smaller, it takes it away. And to visualize that, watch your eyes. There's lots of colors in this, so just warning. But if I turn on nanite and show you the triangles, see, you see all the polygons right here. And as I get further away, see how they're dynamically changing. So the further and further I get away, the less polygons there are. And then the closer I get to it, the more and more triangles it adds to it. Now on these objects here, they're such low poly, it doesn't need to change them. But yeah, on the really dense ones, it dynamically changes it. So nanite completely handles the LODs automatically. Yep. It didn't used to. Yeah, the gravel's really, really dense. Yep. Like if I go to it, if I pull up this window, yeah, it says it has 2 million nanite triangles. Its actual polygon count is 36,350. So its backdrop density is not that much, but yeah, its nanite density is a crap ton. But yeah, so yeah, when I get really close, yeah, it's super, super dense. And then yeah, when I go further away, it's less and less triangles. But yeah, it handles it all by itself automatically. I know, sorry, it's hard on the eyes. How did I learn UE? YouTube and Epic Games forums. And then just, yeah, messing around with a bunch of stuff myself. Yep. Self-taught. But yeah, bunch of YouTube tutorials. A bunch. Most of the tutorials in the forums were covering blueprints, because that was what I was struggling with the most. So yeah, most of the tutorials were about blueprint, but the rest of it, you know, just messing with environments and stuff, it was just kind of me doing this and just getting better and better at it over time. Connected yeah, blueprint, yeah. Is it possible to make, yeah, using just blueprints? Yes. It depends on, like, how big of a game you're making. Like, if you're just making a really small, like, if it's, you know, your first game, it's really small, nothing too crazy, then yeah, absolutely. But it certainly is possible to make, like, a fully fledged game just from blueprints, yes. Is it ideal? Probably not. It's probably best to mix both blueprint and then have a little bit of like C++ or traditional code in there somewhere. But yeah, absolutely. You sure can. I mean, everything I have in here right now is all blueprints, yeah. Everything I have right now is all blueprint. It was easier for me. I'll put it that way. Because I learn a lot better through visuals, and that's what it is. It's visual scripting. So, yeah, it definitely was easier for me to understand. I'm gonna have to move these. Oh, of course it's connected to another staircase. Hang on, let me see if I remember how to do this. Modeling. Mesh. Triangle edit. I just want to separate it. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. I gotta make sure I select all of these here. And all the models you're using are free, right? No, they are not. Not all of them. The Megascans ones, well, they used to be. They used to be free. Now, all the new packs that they have coming out are like $2 or $4 each for each model. But some of these asset packs that I have too are not Megascans. They're like actual marketplace packs. But no, they are definitely not free. Not all of them. Some of them are. all the ones that Macklemore is recommending to me, like the ship that he just sent me, that one, those are all free. But no, the oil rig over there, that one was like $10. Some of these packs I bought a long time ago too, so I honestly can't even remember how much they are. I can't remember how much they are because I bought them a long time ago. Oh yeah. There's a budget to this project. Like I said, that's why I said I don't have the budget for commissions, because I'm already spending a little bit out of pocket for the project itself. Ugh, it's annoying. I have to select everything like this, but... did I get every surface, every polygon here? Nope. Okay, let me make sure I did not select anything over here. Okay, no, I think we're good. Hang on, before I separate it, let me go back. Okay. Alright, separate. Oh, I missed these two. Yeah, well, see, and that's the thing. That's why some of these I'm also, from HD, Hell and Damnation, I'm also keeping, because if I had to model them myself or whatever, I'd also have to do their textures, and that takes a lot of time. Okay, there we go. Now it's separated. Oh. Here. Okay, a little bit tedious there, but it's fine. I have to move these out a little further because of that ledge that I'm making right there. Time to let it make it, yeah. It's fun, man. I say it. My passions first started out with like just editing or like video production. Then it went on to like animation and lighting, and then it went to lighting and building environments for movie sets or like CG sets or real-time sets for games. You could. I would start just learning stuff like that on Blender, though, for sure. Because Blender's free. So a lot of the software that I use is free software. So yeah, Unreal for games. Blender for 3D modeling. And then for editing, it would be like, you know, DaVinci Resolve or something like that. I do have a couple of Adobe programs, but other than that, what I really need to practice in it, though, I do need to practice my texturing for like, because I do want to do the weapons a little bit better, especially if I'm going to make like texture packs for them. I do need to practice my texturing, so I do want to practice more in like Substance Painter and all that. Oh, to be honest, I've never even heard of Crocodile, so whatever is best for you. And yeah, trust me, I do understand. I started using Blender before I even touched Unreal. I think I first started learning it in like 2017, 2018. I didn't start using Unreal until about 2020. Oh, okay, I was like, that doesn't look right. actually. So this one's already the same length. Let's just use these ones. That's too fast. Okay, yeah, that's good. Actually, instead of doing that, oh, jeez. Alrighty. Thanks for hanging around. Appreciate it. Sleep well. I'll catch you later. Actually, yeah, this is going to be filled in with a floor. I don't need this here. I just realized that. I don't need this here. I might need it like all the way over there, but I'll worry about that another time. Little inverse there. Had a little hitch there, but should be alright now. Should be alright now. I'm gonna try something here. Okay, it's not quite the same. Not quite. All right, the pit has been made. There we go. Yeah, it was a little bit different than I thought it would be. Based on the screenshot. try and do 2 of them instead. Beauty. Okay, I think that's a good spot to call it there. We got a lot more of the metal prop structures in and some more railings on the ground. Then we completed more of this middle section right here. I think that'll be a good spot to call it a night. Thank you guys for being here as always. Appreciate you. And I will go ahead and catch you all on the next video or stream. Have a good evening, day, or night.